Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Marak Hicks, and I'm the founder and CEO of Miracle Recruiting. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This afternoon, I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker. Her name is Mary Hartfield. Owner of MCH Consultants Group, LLC, an accomplished and dedicated professional with a diverse skill set and extensive expertise. She holds certifications as a life purpose coach, life coach, entrepreneur, and business coach, enabling her to guide individuals towards personal fulfillment and entrepreneurial success. With a passion for integrating faith and business, Mary also holds an associate in biblical studies, emphasizing marketplace ministry and social enterprise. In addition to her coaching and entrepreneurship background, Mary is a trained diversity, equity, and inclusion facilitator and grant writer. She uses her DEI facilitation skills to foster inclusive environments, promote equitable practices, and drive positive organizational change. As a grant writer, she assists organizations in securing funding for projects that create social impact. Mary's multifaceted expertise and commitment to empowering others make her an invaluable resource for individuals and organizations seeking personal and professional growth. At this time, her dedication to integrating faith and business allows her to provide a holistic approach to coaching and consulting. I present to you Mary Hartfield. Hi, Mary. How are you?
Oh, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you for inviting me.
Of course, of course. So we have you here, super excited to talk to you about your business. I guess to get started, let's jump right into the topic of today, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion. Tell me about some of the DEI strategies that you actively build, and what does your relationship look like with the companies that you're supporting?
So long time ago, I'm from Grand Rapids, Michigan, and our Chamber of Commerce came out with the Institute of Healing Racism, that known for across the country. And what we did is we had like 7-week sessions with people that talk about diversity. And a lot of what happened is we engaged with the companies that belong to the chamber to talk about change within their company. And we did all kinds of diversity training for 7 weeks. It would be 2 hours together, then come back. And then we drawn it down to 2 days, full 8-hour days, where companies send representatives to it. And really it is to healing racism. We used to be in Grand Rapids, was one of the cities that were not very diversified. You know, we seem like we're diverse in what we do, but yet we're so segregated within our communities. So part of that is helping to build that out, working with different companies, with different people. And then also I did training with other companies to make sure they have that. And now I kind of work with nonprofits to make, you know, now when you get money, they want to know, do you have that diversity equity statement there? So help them get that, even with from their board all the way to the people that they serve.
That's amazing. I know DEI work is really, really difficult just because it's really about fostering inclusive environments within organizations. How did you kind of get into the space? No one goes to college to be a DEI facilitator. So how'd you end up there? And what sort of sparked the passion for you to start this work?
Yeah, you know what? I have always, and I think it started from, we lived in Kentwood where you had like the Kellogg'sville side school system, and then you had East Kentwood. Well, we were moving over to the East Kentwood side, which was more white, suburban, because I grew up where, you know, it was kind of white and blacks, and we're moving over where when we moved to our house that, you know, the whole street was white. You know, and then also what happened before that, my father tried to buy a house, and the man said, I'm not selling to a black man. So that kind of was like, wait a minute. Then I go to elementary school where I'm used to diverse elementary school. And I go to elementary school where there's only 2 black people in the whole school.
Mm.
So, and then you're in a suburban school. So my passion, and then you go back into the city to go to the black church. So it got to be where it was all into my black history, you know, and make sure I was representing well. So a lot of that, when I was I was the leader of the Minority Business Committee for our Chamber of Grants, Chamber of Commerce, is when they said, okay, we need facilitators for the diversity equity program that they were building, which is a healing racism program they are building. So that's how you really got a passion into it. And I always studied Black history, interested in it. And plus my father was always telling stories. We went back down to Mississippi, you know, during the summers and everything, and talk about what they had to go through, which is different than what we had to go through.
Got it. That makes a lot of sense. I'd love to hear a little bit about what advice do you have for companies starting out or looking to kind of build their teams to ensure that they're really being thoughtful about promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion within the teams as they're building them? What advice can you offer?
Yeah, a lot of it is to, first of all, sit down, especially if you're building a company. What do you want your company to look like?
Mm-hmm.
You know, really think about that. And I think also too, it's just even as a Black company, I look at the different minds and thoughts I want around the room, the different mindsets around the room, because we're all different and how we attack different things. So look at the holistic of who do you want sitting around the table? And then also, how do you want your company to be representative? Because even now, as I look at companies, I look around who's at the table. And if I don't see myself at the table, I may not do business with that company.
Yeah.
You know, it's too many people, and there's no excuse for anyone not to have diversity at the table.
Yeah.
You know, so I suggest just look at it, look around. Who do you really want around the table? And you don't want the same people thinking the same way. And I also looking at, you want someone that challenge your thought pattern and help you to grow.
Right. That makes a lot of sense. So let's shift gears just a little bit. Tell me a little bit about your life purpose coaching.
My life purpose coaching. So I coaching is really consulting and work with businesses is something that's ingrained with me. I was in banking. It's twofold with nonprofits and also with corporate. I was in banking for 23 years, and I work assistant vice president community development. So I was out in the community working with a lot of nonprofits. So that's where my passion for helping nonprofits. But then also when I worked for SBA Women's Business Center in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and also I worked the West Michigan Small Business Development Center, you're coaching people one-on-one, but you find out as you're working with people, a lot of it is they have dreams, but then they do not align with their purpose. Or what they're called to do. As a Christian, one that believes in Jesus Christ, I think that your DNA has purpose in it. Your DNA has you being creative in it, you know, because God, when he started in Genesis, he was creating. So we have purpose with being his DNA. So a lot of you find that everyone sits down and says, well, I want to do this. I remember I had a client that she said she had fried green tomatoes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she really wanted to do. And I said, okay, let's go and test it. You know, why hasn't anyone else did it? And then she came back, she said, Mary, I know why, found out why it didn't work. She said, but that's not what really I want to do. So when it's really is, I create a class talking about Simon Sinek, I think, about your why. What is your why? What are you called to do? What is your purpose and who are you called to? So that's really when I work hand in hand as a hand yeah, with one-on-one with individual. It's like, what is your purpose, what you're called to do? And that's really looking at your skills and ability and what's your passion for.
Awesome. Awesome. So when someone wants to work with you to kind of figure out what their passions are, what their business ideas are, what their purpose is, and what they're looking to kind of take on first, what are the first 3 things that you suggest for them to do so they can start to prepare that information ahead of joining calls with you and partnering closely with you? And, kind of thinking about it from the perspective of someone who's maybe has a business idea or is looking to start one. What are some things that they should actively be looking at first before they are ready to jump out and test that new business idea?
Right. And it goes back. What is your why?
Yeah.
Why do you want to do, when someone comes to me a business idea, why do you want to do it? If you come to me and say, well, I want money. Everybody wants money. Why are you called to open up this business?
Right.
And then who are you called to serve?
Yeah.
Who are you called to serve? And then how are you called to serve them? So part of it is, I don't, like I say in my training class, I don't come here to crush anybody's dreams.
Yeah.
Nobody dreams, but yet I want you to really look at it because, it costs money to keep dreaming. It doesn't mean you can't, and keep opening up companies and they're failing. So you have to reflect and say, okay, why isn't this working? And maybe you find out that that's not your passion or your calling. Every time I try to get out of this business, grant writing is, it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work. And then I think also customers saying, clients saying, every time you write a grant for me, I'm going to get that grant. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
So every time I try to walk away from it, I'll say, oh, I'm not going to do this anymore. There's other things I could be doing. But yet I know that I'm called to people, and I'm called to, why am I, I'm a problem solver. I have the solution. I can help you grant write. I can help you put your strategic plan together for your business or your nonprofit. So that's why I stay with the work, because I know that that's what I'm called to do. So it's a calling. So part of that, you have to look at it. Is that really my passion? What I want to do, and who am I called to serve?
1,000%. Let's touch on that grant writing too, because I know that that's a really, really important topic. Tell me a little bit about what you do as a grant writer, just for the audience who may not know what grant writers do, and then what makes you unique about the work that you do, or how you build the grants, the materials that you send out for the grants, and how do you kind of add your own spice to it to help your clients get their the grants, the funding.
Right. Yeah. First, when a client comes to me and said, I have a nonprofit and I want to get some grants. So my first thing is, what's your mission statement?
Okay.
Your mission statement makes a difference when you are looking for funders. Excuse me. You got to make sure your mission aligns with what their purpose is and what they're trying to do. That's the first thing. Then your programming, are you women, men, reentry, people coming out of prison? What is your programming? So that also helps us to match up to find the grant that aligns with what you are trying to do. And then who's your target audience? Is your audience women? And when you say women, what type of women? What's the age group?
Yeah.
And girls and boys, to serve them. I worked for Girl Scouts for a lot of years. My purpose was girls. I was focused on urban girls. When I did a 6-week programming, I was able to get money, $30,000 every summer for 6 weeks to serve 30 girls. So part of that is, who are you serving, and then how are you going to serve them? I did a 6-week summer program where we focus on STEMs. science, technology, engineering, and math. We really focus on that math part of it and also the technology part of it. So that's what I'm looking for. How are you targeting and who are you targeting? Then we can match you up with the grant. And then part of that is to make sure that, do you have your programming together?
Right.
When people want grants, they say, what is your expected outcome? So a lot of people come and say, well, I have this program. Okay, what's your outcomes? Well, I'm going to serve this many kids over the summer. No, what is your outcomes? Once they come into the program, what do you expect them to leave with? What's going to change different? So part of that is also saying, okay, I'm going to evaluate them when they come in. I'm going to do a pre and post test to see, but they're looking for that. What is the results? And also, does your outcomes match up with the grant that you're applying for? So a lot of times before we can even apply for the grant, I help them do some pre-work.
Right.
Getting their programming together. What is your plan of work? How you going to go about it? What's your outcomes? A lot of that is doing a logic model. A logic model shows you, what do I need to do this? Who is the people? And then also, what's your short-term, long-term results from that? So that's really what I help people. A lot of times they come in, want to apply for the grant. We can't even do the grant first until we get your program and everything together.
Got it. And do you only support nonprofits with grant writing, or do you also partner with for-profit businesses?
Yep, I work with for-profit businesses too. They say, hey, I want to apply for this grant. I said, okay. So a lot of times people like I had a client that just come to me where, I just need this grant to review and you to go through it and see if it's match up. So I charge a minimum fee and I would walk through the grant with you and say, okay, yes, this matches up perfect. Or I say, you know what? You are not ready in your company yet because you have not did services, but yet still, do you want to apply for it? And I see this is what you need to do in order to apply for it.
Got it. Okay. And how does a company know when they're ready to bring on someone like you?
I think a lot of companies, if they are grassroots or new, or some companies that they've been in business before, or sometimes you're sitting there and you think, oh, I can do this on my own, but realize I really don't know the grant writing word or what foundations I look for, where I've worked with a lot of them. So I know what they're looking for. I just got one of my clients just did a build out of a building for $1.5 million. And we were able to bring in $500,000 worth of grant money to help her do that. So that's part of when you find out. And she was writing grants and doing great for herself. I mean, she was bringing in and going out and getting people, support people, sponsor. She said, I can't do this on my own anymore. So she brought me in to help her. It's not that she didn't know how to do, because she was doing a great job, but yet she brought me in to do some of the programming and put together the work that needed to be done.
Got it. I want to shift gears to you and your personal experience. You talked a little bit about helping your clients find their purpose, and you mentioned that grant writing is one of yours. How did you first discover that this was your purpose? And then what steps did you take to actively start walking in that purpose and building your business?
My mentor, how she became my mentor, we actually, as community development, I assistant vice president community development with the bank that I worked for in Grand Rapids. We had one of our nonprofits that said, hey, we want to go for this big grant. Okay, so we put a team together, and I was part of the team on the banking side of it, that we worked to this grant. Even the big dogs that were doing community development, they got it all the time, but no one else did. And we ended up getting this grant because we put a team together. And I was like, wow. Because it also, too, because I remember the two big giants that do a lot of community development, they're like, oh, Mary, okay. How did you, okay, they look at you different because you're like, oh, I put this grant. And I didn't realize that a lot of people didn't get this grant. And we got it. And that really, the person I work with became my mentor and showing me how to do grants and how to apply for the wording. Matter of fact, I was on the phone with her hour ago and saying, we're checking on something. So really, that's when I got the passion for it, to help people to pay for their dream. A client I'm working for in Chicago, her dream to have a nonprofit that helped women. She put it together, and then she was like, I can't do this on my own. She had a lot of partners, 16 partners. She's doing great, but they're all in kind. So in kind is where you don't really see the money, but they may give supplies, or they may give people volunteers she had, but she needed actually funds to fund her operation. So that's when they say, okay, to bring it in. But my passion just came from helping people, and because also just good with wording and knowing people what they need. And I'm kind of resource guru, so I can find resources for people. So that really got me into grant writing.
Amazing. So you've done a lot of work in your career. How do you stay updated on what's happening in the industries for the clients that you support to kind of help them better position themselves for the grants that you write, or for any of your coaching clients? How are you kind of staying up to date on industry trends?
I'm doing a lot of training, getting newsletters. They send about grant alerts. A lot of those are getting in the mail, and just you have to set up a lot of process that trigger it, that it goes to a certain folder or whatever, you read it. And I'm also one in my business. I'm a lifelong learner. So on Fridays, I really don't work with clients. That's the time that I'm getting during some type of training in order to help my clients better. So I spend a lot of time in trainings, reading newsletters, reading grants that are out, and see if it's matched up with any of my clients. So I'm doing that all the time to make sure I am up to date.
Got it. Piggybacking off that just a little bit, you mentioned that you're also getting grants in email and you're kind of keeping posted on those. When you partner with your clients, are you researching grants opportunities for them? Do they have to bring them to you? What does that partnership look like?
It depends. Some, like I had one client, he's a business owner, and he goes, okay, someone referred me to you, and he had this grant he was looking at. So I told him what he had to do, and he said, okay, he'll work in. He thought he can do grants on his own. I said, okay, this is what I charge for researching grants, because it is a lot of work. And he was like, oh, I failed with somebody else doing that. I don't want to do it. So I wait on him to send me grants. He looks at it, reviews, and say, okay, I want to apply for this grant. Other people, they pay for me to research grants for them. So that's why I do our research grants to go through it. Some people send me, I had a client said, Mary, I need the review. I just want you to see if this match up. I charge $75 and I'll walk through the grant for you and see if it matches up with you. So I do research. I'm kind of getting out of the research business a little bit, even though I'm always researching, but it is a lot of work, because there's a lot which you have to do to match up people with grants. So, but just work with them on research. So they'll send them to me, say this grant, or on my website, my blog is how to have resource for you on grants that are coming up that I'll put on there. So you can look at my blog and find out grants that are coming up for for-profit business and nonprofit businesses.
Awesome. I'm on your website right now.
Okay.
Talk to me a little bit about some of the upcoming trainings that you have.
Okay, one of the trainings I have coming up is basic grant writing with assistance of AI assistance. So what it is right now, AI is out there. Mm-hmm. Everybody should be using it to their advantage. I know my business, A Game Changer, when it would take me 8 hours to do one little thing, now AI is my assistant and helping me do that. So part of it, I'm going to show you how to write a basic grant using AI assistance, how to go through that. Two ways. You can just look, take your own notes on the grant, or I'm also going to supply you with a workbook if you pay for the workbook part of the class. But it's going to be 2 hours. It's really an hour and a half. I'm going to make it. Then questions and answers, people have it. But really, a lot of people are scared because they don't know how to do it. So that's why I'm starting at the basic level, where this is what you need to know to put to a grant, and what the work that you have to do, pre-work you have to do for a grant.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. So if we're thinking about brand new entrepreneurs, up and coming business owners, and even young adults or high school students who are thinking to start a business, what piece of advice can you give to them about what this world looks like and what they should focus on?
First thing is this what you have a passion for?
Mm-hmm.
Passion is all of it, and I think passion and purpose lines up with each other. So, is this your purpose of what you're called to do? Do you have a passion for it? And then also, do you have the skills and abilities to do it? And it's not like you have to have it automatic. A lot of I just received my associate's degree like last year in ministry or whatever. But everybody like, well, what degree do you have to do everything that you've done? A lot of it was a lot of training, certification, learning on a job. But you have the opportunity before you go into business that you find out everything you know, what you need to put together for your business, having that business plan. A lot of people, of course, you're talking, a lot of entrepreneurs say, oh, I don't have a business plan. I think a business plan helps you to know your business and what you're getting to. It's a living document. It's a living document that you can change anytime. So I do suggest that. Remember the SBA. They have your small business development centers in different cities around the country. Take advantage. Those are free services that you can take advantage of it. The Women Business Center, SBA has women business centers around. Take advantage of those. They are people that are they're already being paid. You have to pay them. They have webinars. I used to do the S for 3 years in Grand Rapids. The webinars for our West Michigan Small Business Development Center. That's a lot of great free information, free training that you don't have to pay for. Also, to sit down with them, they will help to guide you and hold your hand. You know, just like a business plan, they're going to guide you. You can go on their website. They have different templates and everything for business plan, but help you to know, what do I need to do? And also sort out your dream a little bit. Yeah. I say, you sit down, you may come and say, I want one thing, but then you say, oh, really, I want to do this. When you start talking about, okay, what is your purpose? What do you love to do? If you're an outdoors person and you're talking about doing something that's indoors, that may cramp your style a little bit. Mm-hmm. You're like, oh, I need to be the air and I need to be out. Like me, I finally went full time because I didn't want to do a 9-to-5 job any longer. I wanted to be more flexible. I wanted to be able to travel. I need to be at work anywhere. You know, this year, last year started out, I was in one client in Chicago for 10 days, one client in Denver for 7 days. I'm in Atlanta right now, but I live in Detroit. So I want to be flexible, which entrepreneurship is great for that, and work anywhere. But you hear all these webinars and people say, oh, I'm making millions of dollars. It doesn't work like that. No. You know, you got to decide also if you're going to do the hard work for it. And the thing about it is, failure is okay. Yeah. You know, we think of Steve Jobs. You know, think about it. You had a company, Apple, and your board of directors fires you out of your own company. But then we went ahead. I forgot. My slip my mind. What company he created in the film industry? If we would have had that, if he hadn't been fired, and then they realized that they had to hire him back. So I always say, don't tell anyone everything. I don't care who it is. Don't tell them everything of your business and your ideal, because people do still. Business ideals. Don't tell them everything. Some of it keep to yourself. So even if they let you go, your board of directors, they're going to need you because you didn't give them every piece of what your vision and dream was.
Got it. So I see that you have that class coming up. Do you have any other projects coming up that you want to chat about with the folks right now?
I think more, I'm going back to more of doing my coaching. I find out people, self-care. I'm a certified self-care coach. Find out that self-care is a lot of people, and women especially, are not empowered to do self-care. Yeah. And when I talk about that, it's just like even saying no. You know, someone said, well, I don't want to say no. I said, why not? Well, I don't know what explanation. I said, no is a complete sentence. You don't need to give an explanation. But that is part of self-care, of knowing when to say no. Find out a lot of people, they're just overbooking themselves. When they get home, they're wiped out, tired, don't know what to do. And plus, a lot of times we're giving more to other people's dreams than what we're giving to our own dreams. So, you know, I'm going to have a self-care group training I'm going to do for about 6 weeks. That's going to come up or in March. But part of that is real getting empowered, because you find out as you talk to people is that they don't know how to empower themselves, you know, and that's really their self-care. I also have a podcast where I'm a caregiver. My husband, before he died, was 6 or 7 years, and I cared for him. So I do have Hearts of Caregiving podcast we drop every Wednesday, because find out there's a lot of things caregivers don't know.
Yeah.
And just to empower caregivers to walk in, also for them for self-care. So a lot of focus on self-care coming up in the future.
Okay. And then if someone is interested in partnering with you, what does the process look like? Do they just submit to your website? Do they have like a form they need to fill out? What documents do they need?
Yeah, they just go to contact me on my website, mchconsultantsgroup.com, and they fill out the form, and then I will contact them back and we'll talk about it and make sure, because one of the things too, I always want to make sure I have the right partner that I'm partnering up with. And if it's a great fit. So I'm always at, a lot of times because of money, people say, oh, I'm going to take on everybody. I don't take on everyone. I got to make sure we align with each other and I'm the right fit for you too.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you for sharing that. Okay. So one more question before we head out. It's the beginning of the year, right? What are 5 pieces of advice that you want to give to anyone who is either starting a business or has a current business to really take advantage of the grants opportunities that are coming down the pipeline this year? 5 tips and tricks that sets them up for success on the grant writing or getting and receiving grant side of things.
Okay. Look at your mission statement. Make sure your mission statement is clear. That's one thing we're going to go over in the AI training. Make sure in that clear. Also your values. Write down your values of your company. Okay. Because also when you look at grants, they're going to be saying, okay, these are our values, what our purpose is, and making sure they're aligned. And then also when you talk about programming, what is your program? Is it clear? Is your target market clear of who you are trying to reach? And then making sure your outcomes, what do you expect to achieve based on the work that you want to do? And make sure you're clear on that. And then also your website. Make sure you have a website. I found out I had to step back for a minute because I found I'm telling everybody have all this and you must have a website, doing training on it. And it was like, I don't have a website. So I had to take time to do my website. So a website is important because when we put in for a grant, they're going to ask for your website and they want to go on there and make sure your mission, is it the same as what you're telling them? Is your outcomes and everything the same that you're telling them? So I'm just making sure that you have a clear picture of everything that you do and it aligns up with what you want to achieve. And so when you apply for grants, that they have a clear picture. And make sure you're on Grammarly or some spell check.
Yes.
I have reviewed grants before, and some of it is some people like, we don't want to. I was like, oh my God, it's a great idea. They're like, they don't even know how to spell, Mary. Why are we going to? I'm like, you know what? Can we look past that? But yet, it's no excuse for misspellings. Get Grammarly is one app that helps you, but there's other apps that help you. And even I think if you are a person that want to use AI, you got to personalize. AI is just assistant. It's not who you are. You got to put that personal touch and that passion we always want to have in there.
100%, 100%. And any suggestions on places where people can look up grants or grant opportunities?
You can Google. Google is a good place. You can go to Google.com. Bart is a good place. He's an AI assistant. They are AI good assistant. But a lot of them is if you just go and say, I'm looking for grants and put in what type you're looking for, they'll all come up in there. I know I should have brought a list of them. I'm sorry. It's like when you're trying to think of grants and you're on there, it just slips your mind where you look for it. But they'll all come up. Say you're a Black business owner and grant, and also go on YouTube and say grants. And there's people that they tell you new grants and everything that's coming up. Those are good places to start. But Google is still a good place to find grants.
Awesome. All righty. Well, before we let you go, please tell us where people can find you. If you're on social media, let's call that out. Say your website's name again. Where can people find you at?
Okay. My social media is MCH Consultants Group, LLC. My website is mchconsultantsgroup.com. And you can find me. And I'm at Mary C. Hartfield everywhere on social media. And then if you're interested in the grant, training is basic grant writing, AI, www.eventbrite.com.
Okay, perfect. Alrighty, Mary. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It was great learning about you and your business, and genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Thank you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or submit the funds to the Cash App on the screen below, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students who are interested in the scholarship can apply online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for January of 2024. Our sponsors this month are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche Coaching and Training, The Hello LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malane Shania Global, The Executives Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tara Bush, and I am the co-founder and COO of the Hello LLC, where our mantra is helping everyone live life optimally. And more importantly, helping entrepreneurs leverage leading-edge optimizations. We help businesses build, brand, automate, and pivot into the future. With over 22 years of corporate C-level experience, I carry a wealth of knowledge and expertise in my professional portfolio. My professional journey has encompassed various facets of business, executive leadership, project management, marketing, systems, space planning, and strategy implementation. I have had the pleasure of partnering with and managing multi-million-dollar projects for the top Fortune 500 companies, prestigious universities, and well-known sports teams around the world, like ExxonMobil, Apple, Samsung, Citgo, HP, Ziegler Cooper, the Houston Astros, the Dallas Cowboys, Bank of America, and Vanderbilt University. What fuels my drive is a passion for innovation and creativity that knows no bounds. I thrive on pushing the boundaries and thinking outside the box to bring fresh, ingenious ideas to the forefront. I turn visions into reality. As a leader, I am a steadfast advocate for integrity and creativity. I am driven by a profound desire to help individuals and businesses create their own return on time investment while leveraging technology. At the Hello LLC, we are more than just a 3D digital marketing agency. We are a community committed to helping, building, and thriving together with integrity. We can either show you, teach you, or do it for you. We believe in the power of innovation to transform the status quo. My fellow professional powerhouses, in the spirit of abundance, I firmly believe that there is enough prosperity in this world for all of us to thrive together. So, I invite you to make the pivot because the future is already here.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face-to-face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following. by one, producing fee-based content, and two, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
You need to be messaging and communicating to a lot more folks and getting them committed to you as a brand and feeling that you are trustworthy, as a subject matter expert, and for their needs and their pain points. That says, look, here are my pain points. Here's the problem that I have that I don't want, or the benefit that I want that I don't have. And Grant and Sydney understand that and are giving me information to be able to assist, in my eliminating those pain points.
You're going to get a lot out of this workshop. We're going to show you ways that you can begin to look at this particular problem, that you can apply different formulas, techniques, and skills. They're going to get you to that next level. And then you'll understand the value that we're bringing.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am 11 years old, and my genius is entrepreneurship, and my genius is calmness. I have been hard at work, and my genius said at the age of 8 when I asked my parents to buy me an ice cream cart for my 8th birthday. Why? Because I love ice cream, and I knew that 99.9% of the world loves ice cream too. I started my business because I wanted to make my own money, give to my school's missionary, help my family, and buy my own toys. While working in my genius, I have learned a lot about business and what it takes to be successful. I quickly learned that hard work, determination, and perseverance are the standard qualities you need to succeed. However, in my 4 years as a business owner, I have learned things that you can't learn from a book, like the true meaning of customer service. Great customer service is how you sincerely say thank you to each person who spends their money with you. I have learned that there are more people praying for me to succeed than those who are not. I have learned that people are always watching and are expecting great things from me. I can't imagine letting them down. I have learned that I must lift as I rise, and that I must be my brother's keeper. I have learned that it is very important to give back to the people, the causes, and the community where I live. I I have also learned that once I become a billionaire, I will be well on my way to becoming a billionaire and to changing the world by providing jobs and opportunities to others. I'm Boshell, the little icing cube, and my genius is coming.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
It's your time to ignite and take flight in every area of your life with the new Ignite and Take Flight Planner 2024. It's time for you to seize the year with your great new planner. You see, this planner is designed for every entrepreneur to pursue strategic planning that cultivates leadership, accountability, gratitude, and leads to your ultimate success in life and in work, with sections that help you with your project management, habit tracking, resources, and coupon pages that are second to none, that empower each entrepreneur to make their mark, get noticed, and take charge. Reach the pinnacle of success like never before through effective planning. So get your Ignite and Take Flight Planner 2024. It's time for you to ignite your future.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Marak Hicks, and I am the founder and CEO of Miracle Recruiting, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker this evening is Henry Ward, a Chief Operating Officer of Be Direct, the nation's first US-based but African-centric corporate board corporate bird preparedness and board search company, Henry Ward's responsibilities are very broad in scope, ranging from strategic planning and new product development to sales, financial planning, and overall P&L leadership. Ward has served as one of the company's top 3 executives since its founding in late 2020. Ward's professional background is very deeply rooted in growing domestic and global businesses. Prior to BeDirect, Ward served as a general manager, healthcare vertical at Fiserv Incorporated, a global fintech company where he held overall responsibility for all strategic, commercial, and operational initiatives for the 100 million plus technology line of business, providing SaaS, software as a service, billing and payment solutions. Prior to Fiserv, Ward served as a head of product management, global consumer solutions at Equifax, with overall responsibility for revenue generation, new product development, and product and platform lifecycle management for the $400 million fintech business unit providing software as a service credit monitoring solutions. Ward also served as the global vice president of Verint Systems with P&L ownership of Verint's $700 million global business unit providing software as a service customer engagement solutions across multiple vertical markets. In addition, Ward's professional career includes McKesson Corporation, where he served as the director of product management and business unit strategy leader. Ward's earlier career encompasses leadership roles at U.S. Bank, as well as 17 years of General Electric Company, in various roles of increasing responsibility. Ward is a member of Private Directors Association, a national organization whose mission is to connect board-ready executives and current board of directors with privately held companies for the U.S. board consideration. He holds a BS MBA in Information Systems from Xavier University in Cincinnati, Ohio, and a Lean Six Sigma Black Belt certification from General Electric. I am excited to present to you Mr. Henry Ward, joined by Grant McGaugh. Hi, guys.
Marak, how are you?
Good. How are you? How are you? Thank you so much for coming this evening.
Thank you so much for the introduction.
Of course, of course. Alrighty, well, I'll leave you to it. Genius is common, and I'll see you both on the other side.
Thank you. Henry Ward, how are you doing?
Good, Grant. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Welcome to 2024 January. This is our inaugural kickoff at the Black Business Olympics here in January. And you know what? You've been busy.
We have been.
Just finished up some things in your first cohort. I mean, this is kind of historic for you, right?
It is.
Right? We talked about some things last year when you were on the show, and we really got into some in-depth, great conversation. Yeah. So tell me a little bit about what the cohort, what did you learn from this first time around?
Well, first of all, thanks so much, Grant. It's great to be back in 2024. It actually has been a really exciting year for us, for BeDirect. So one of the things, BeDirect, as was said, is the first U.S.-based but African-centric corporate board preparedness and board search company, specifically designed to take U.S. Black executives and Black entrepreneurs through a 8-month training program, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But after we take them through the training program, place them on corporate boards on the African continent. And so what's been great for us is to be able to take these just really exciting and really top-notch executives and entrepreneurs through this kind of 8-month process. The training is divided up into 2 different parts. One, a corporate governance part, in which we've partnered with a company out of South Africa that actually does corporate governance across the African continent. And that's where they learn really the technical skills about corporate governance. The other part of the program is where we teach cultural dexterity. And that's where a lot of the learning has taken place for our cohort participants. In terms of what we've learned as BeDirect in the process is cultural dexterity is actually a huger piece of the puzzle than we even projected it was. We knew that inherently you can't take a Western trained person regardless of the amount of melanin in their skin, and place them on a different continent, in a different country, and expect them to do business and be successful. You just can't. What we didn't realize is, as we work through some of the cultural dexterity training, how really, really important that would be to the cohort members and their understanding of what it would be, why it's important to go through that cultural dexterity from a success training perspective. One of the comments that we recently received from one of our cohort members was, and it's actually a great comment, he said, one of the things I did not expect from this program is for it to work both sides of my brain. And what he meant by that was, you have the corporate board governance piece, which works the analytic side of your brain, right? That's the technical training piece where you're learning the technical skill sets regarding what does it mean to be a successful corporate board member. The other piece of the brain that he didn't realize he was going to work was the relationship building piece. And you cannot be successful, and you and I have talked about this in prior sessions, you cannot be successful in this role, or quite frankly, in many different roles, without understanding that you have to build relationships first. And that piece of the puzzle is coming very clear to our cohort members, and it's even just being even more reinforced with us as to why we made the right decision to put both cultural dexterity training and corporate governance training together in this program, because just having someone get the technical skills is not going to make them successful. Because what will happen is you will go over to the continent. Those who are CEOs and other business leaders will be very polite. They will smile, and then you will not get anything that you're looking for.
That's funny.
Because from their perspective, you haven't put in the time to get to know them. You haven't put in the time to get to know their culture. You haven't put in the time to really get to understand who they are as an African-centered business. And from a Western perspective, right, and whether we like to admit it or not, we are all very Western thinking. And from a Western perspective, we're used to jumping in, right? We have the mantra that time is money, and let's chop, 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 chop. Let's get to business. Let's talk, and we'll get in and get out. That is not the way business is done on the African continent, nor, quite frankly, is it the way that business is done on the Asian continent. Before people want to do business with you, they want to know who you are from a personal perspective. They want to understand your family. They want to understand kind of, how you grew up. They really want to know you personally. And because of that, many people, including our founder, Larry Yan, in his early career, have had missteps. As a matter of fact, Larry is fond of saying that Be Direct is actually getting the benefit of all of the missteps he made in his prior career. Larry actually, in addition to being the founder and CEO of Be Direct, Larry also runs a cybersecurity company that does business across the African continent, as well as a call center company that has its operations based out of South Africa. And so he's been doing business on the continent for a while, but he made many of the wrong decisions that many people make in terms of not understanding how important relationship building is. And that is just being constantly reinforced as we go through this cohort. They are understanding that perhaps how they perceive themselves in terms of dealing with other cultures may not necessarily be the way they are actually being perceived. We actually put a tool in place called the intercultural development tool. And what it does is it assesses how a person self-assesses in terms of intercultural development versus how they would be perceived in other countries. And what they found out and what we found out with them is, many times when, even with performance appraisals in our jobs, many times we may perceive ourselves here.
Happens all the time.
And then when our manager does their performance appraisal of us, it comes in, down here sometimes. And what our cohort members have found is that many times their perception of themselves in terms of their intercultural development is not necessarily where the other culture would have placed them. And so, we spend just a huge amount of time on both cultural dexterity and on the corporate governance piece. And we are just really excited, as you kind of teased in your opening, we are really excited that we are about to begin class 2 in the spring of 2024 for Be Direct.
Well, let's unpack that just a little bit, right?
Absolutely.
You gave us a lot. And, some people are benefiting from the fact that we did a lot of discussion last year in 2023 about Be Direct, what its purpose is, the big problem that it is solving, and giving opportunity to serve in a way that you traditionally have not been able to.
That's right.
In the West, in the US and the European bloc and things like that, that you can actually go into the African continent and present your particular tool sets, skill sets, mindset in a way that people will appreciate what you bring to the table. And there's a vice versa. There's people in Africa that want to do business with people in America and vice versa. And we want to create that bridge.
That's right.
Now you've got that good cohort. And now we're in the Black Business Olympics, right? So a lot of Black business owners. And this is a good teaching, I believe, because we all start out with a plan. We're in January. Everybody, I would figured they took Q4 and said, you know what, this is what we're going to do in Q1. And now they're hitting the ground and they're running. And just like with anything, especially like in sports, you might have a game plan.
That's right.
You're playing like, what, if I draw it up just like this and we do everything just right, we're going to score. And we often find out that when we hit the field and we actually start playing the game, it doesn't go exactly as planned. What were some of those key learnings that you learned? Now you had this cohort number 1, you had this idea. That's almost like you start out with your ideal with an L, the ideal.
Exactly.
Idea, you have the ideal, but then it becomes the reality. The reality was this. This is what happened. And that's how you can learn. And so, you know what? That was good takeaways. And we can take that in cohort number 2.
Exactly.
Talk to us about what you think your, 3 or 4 or 5, however you want to frame that, that you learned in this last go round.
Yeah, great question. As a matter of fact, it reminds me of that famous quote by Mike Tyson. Everybody has a plan until they get hit.
That's it. You got a wake-up call, right?
Yeah. That's exactly right. So for us, really, it was understanding kind of how we needed to make sure that we integrated the executive coaching piece into the puzzle. One of the things that I forgot to mention in our introduction was there are kind of 3 or 4 components for Be Direct. The first component is the corporate governance training. The second component is the cultural dexterity training. The third component for our Black executives and Black entrepreneurs is the executive coaching piece. We were very blessed to be able to partner with a company out of South Africa that does not only executive coaching, but also has very strong knowledge from a corporate board governance perspective. Probably one of the things that we would have done differently is to bring the executive coaching piece in earlier in the process. We are, the executive coaches are currently now engaged with our cohort members. I think we probably would have brought them in maybe just maybe a month or two earlier into the process so that they could, really understand how the cohort is dealing with specific issues around the governance piece and around the dexterity piece. Now, the nice piece of that is the executive coaches will get the output of the intercultural development assessment. They'll get the output of the Herman Brain Dominance Assessment, which is another assessment tool that we use. And so they will get that in order to help coach our members, but probably we could have brought them in a little earlier. Another thing, just from a business perspective, that we learned is the sales cycle. Right. So we now understand that the sales cycle for this this business is probably around 90 to 120 days. And so our expectation initially was that it was a more tighter sales cycle. It was a shorter sales cycle. But the reality is, when you're asking someone to put down a minimum of $10,500 for the early bird registration and $15,000 for the late registration, that sometimes the sales cycle is going to be a little bit longer than we had originally projected. And so that was a great lesson learned for us, because we are now in the middle of the sales cycle for our second cohort, which will begin in the spring. Will begin around June of this year. So we are giving ourselves the proper time in order to make sure that we can meet our sales targets as we've designed them. Our audience, in terms of how they look at funding this, many people actually have their corporations to fund the fee. Some people, as a matter of fact, it's probably about half and half. There are many people that are actually self-funding. And so they actually realize the value of what they're getting out of the program. They also realize that what we bring to the table is not just corporate board governance, but the second piece of that puzzle for us is on the executive search side. So while the cohort is going through their training process and learning what does it mean to be a corporate board director on the African continent, learning what does it mean to understand the cultural dexterity piece of that and how important the cultural dexterity is, we are simultaneously working on their behalf, talking with venture capitalists, private equity firms, public and private companies on the African continent to help place them. And so that is a huge differentiator for us in terms of, the programs in the United States, because one of the things, and again, you alluded to this in your opening, one of the things that we knew going into this is that we're tapping into Black entrepreneurs and Black executives who are not necessarily getting the opportunity to sit on corporate boards here in the United States. Many of us, including myself, have been on nonprofit boards, and nonprofit boards are great. They're a great way to understand what kind of meeting governance is about. It's a great way to give back. The reality is, though, that many nonprofit boards want you to bring a check with you.
Of course.
When you come, which is different than corporate board work in which you are compensated for your work on the board. And
I got a quick question for you, Henri. That's a very because as an executive, I'm gonna put on my my senior executive role hat.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Let's just say I'm a CFO, COO, CEO, C something, right? And I see a fee is 10 to 15K.
Right.
However, I'm going to sit on a board that's compensated.
That's exactly right.
So I got to look at ROI, right? Return on investment all
That's
the way
exactly
around. Is that, I mean, I don't know. Tell us how you actually approach these executives and lay out your values to them so they understand. And especially if you've got a corporation that's going to fund this investment, how do they view the ROI?
Great question. So from a benefits perspective and from a value prop perspective, we actually have two different value props. The value prop for the corporation is it allows them to use this as both a retention tool, and it also allows them to use it as a talent acquisition tool. So when they are going after senior executive talent and our focus from a corporation perspective is vice president to C-suite. Sweet spot being vice president and senior vice president. So when companies are wooing talent and they are trying to differentiate themselves from competitors, a part of the conversation that we have with corporations is, here's a way for you to bring in top talent and differentiate yourself other than just from a monetary compensation perspective, right? Because everybody is looking at base pay plus bonus, and if you are a publicly traded company, equity, right? That's kind of table stakes for what everybody brings to the table. Now, people differ in terms of how much that base pay is going to be or how much that equity is going to be or bonus, but that's usually the compensation package. How we position ourselves is, in addition to that, here is a way for you to invest in your employees and a way for them to see you as differentiated from someone else that they may be looking at from a job perspective. So that's on the talent acquisition side. On the talent retention side, it's a great way to retain Black executive talent. Because again, if you are someone at that VP or above level, because of the fact the reality is there are not many people playing at that skill set and at that level, you're going to be sought after. And you're going to want to know that your company wants to invest in you in order to keep you. And it becomes, for us, it becomes a great tool for the human resource organization, the DEI organization to use in order to retain top Black talent, saying that the company sees value in you and is willing to invest in you, just like it would invest in city leadership programs, whether that's, Leadership Atlanta or, Leadership Charlotte. So there's an investment quality for all of those programs, and the company is willing to make that investment. So that's kind of the value prop on the company side. The value prop on the employee side is we are giving many people an opportunity to sit on paid corporate boards that they unfortunately would not get in the United States, particularly if you're at the VP to SVP level. Most of the corporate board work for most people, not just Black folks, but most of the corporate board work for executives in the United States goes to the C-suite or one level below. That doesn't mean that those who are at the vice president to senior vice president level aren't ready for corporate board work. It doesn't mean that at all. It just means that the reality is that the first question that you're asked for corporate board work is, what's your previous corporate board experience? Right.
Exactly. The catch-22, right?
Catch-22, right? I can't get experience without having a job, and I can't get a job without having experience. And so, which is why our sweet spot really for corporate executives is at that vice president to senior vice president level, because those are people that are ready and have the executive presence and can bring major skill sets to the table. But the reality is they're not getting the opportunities here in the United States. We support all of the corporate board readiness programs that are here in the United States, and there are many, and they do a great job. We're not trying to compete with them. Our market is primarily placing Black executives, and you and I have talked about this too. We say Black executives specifically, and not African American. And the reason that we say that is, if you're a person of Haitian descent, if you're a person of Jamaican descent, you may not consider yourself an African American. You may consider yourself a Haitian living in America. So we consider Black executives, Black executives in the diaspora who happen to be here in the United States. That's our target market. And again, our value prop for them is we are providing them an opportunity that unfortunately they're not necessarily getting here in the United States. Many people, and again, I've sat on many nonprofit boards myself, and it's great work. So many of us get the opportunity to sit on nonprofit boards.
Let me ask you this, Andre, before you continue on.
Sure.
And I think you've answered that question very well. There's definitely a lot of value. I think most executives and a lot of executives are tuning into us right now. This is a worldwide stream on many, many different channels. So we get a good audience of people that are tuning in, and they're starting to see like, I didn't know you even existed. Be direct. Wow. Because that's a differentiator when it comes to your brand, right? Like,
absolutely.
You start seeing, what's on your CV, your resume, and what are people talking about? Wow, you did business in a foreign land. Absolutely. And you're creating relationships that go a long way, can really broaden your whole horizon. I want to know, now you've just got the first cohort done. Right. However, are there any testimonials that came out? Are there any, not saying that name names, but can you name some things that came out of there like, wow, these are some eye-opening things that really help them from a value prop situation?
Yeah. One being the one that I mentioned earlier, where the person said, I didn't realize, I didn't realize that you guys were going to work both sides of my brain. But the second and most important piece of that is I didn't realize really how important the cultural dexterity piece is to success. I'll give you another example of that. Again, our founder and CEO, Larry Yan, been doing business now on the continent for close to 20 years. He talks about the fact that when he first started doing business on the continent, he ran into a brick wall because he was trying to import the Western way of doing business into the African continent. And it's just, doing business on the African continent is much more akin to doing business in Asia than it is doing business in Europe, right? It's a different mindset. And so a part of the lessons learned that the cohort members are coming out with is, I can't just export the way that I do business in the United States over to the African continent, because it just will not be successful. I give, and I know when you and I have talked before, I've given this example, but one of my best friends is Nigerian. He is Yoruba, and he's been in the United States now for over 40, 50 years. He considers himself, so he was born in Nigeria, grew up in Nigeria, then moved to the United States. He considers himself a Nigerian living in America. When he goes home to Nigeria, he's considered an American visiting Nigeria.
Yeah.
Right? Because although from his perspective, he was born and raised in Nigeria, his family is in Nigeria. He's Nigerian from his perspective. But the reality is that because he's been in the United States for so long, and of course, life on the continent has gone on, right? Yeah. Relationships have been formed, relationships have broken. people view him now as an outsider, even though he was born and raised there. And so the same thing happens with Americans coming over. The other thing that I think our cohort members begin to understand is you have to have a mastery of skill sets regarding what does it mean to be a corporate board director, and what does it mean to be a corporate board director on the African continent. So if you look at the United States, much of corporate board work comes through kind of regulation, right? So it comes through Sarbanes-Oxley as a part of the auditing committee and as a part of your financial reporting. If you are a consumer-based company, you've got Federal Trade Commission. If you are a energy company, you've got the ERC, the Energy Regulatory Commission. So those are all regulatory and compliance-based initiatives that directly affect corporate board work in the United States. While there certainly are compliance and regulatory issues on the continent in different countries, they are not as large as it is in the United States. Much of the corporate board governance work on the African continent is dictated by what's called King 4. And the 4 is Roman numeral 4 because it's kind of the fourth generation of the King 4 methodology. And much of that is based on best practices. So it's taking best practices from the United States regarding corporate governance. It's taking best practices from the UK and from Europe regarding corporate governance work. And it's melding all of those things together. And so, again, the lessons learned that this cohort is learning and future cohorts will learn is that you just can't, bulk lift what you know and what you've learned in the United States over to the African continent. You really have to put the work in, right? You've got to put the work in and you've got to put the time in. I haven't mentioned this yet, so I wanna give our pitch. So www.globalboarddirector.com, and global board director is all one word. www.globalboarddirector.com. That is the URL for our website. We'd love for people to go onto the website, take a look at our video. The video actually gives a great synopsis of who we are and our work. The video was actually filmed in South Africa. So we are truly a international based company and an international focused company. If you would like to interact with us, which we would love, please send us an email at info at globalboarddirector.com. We would love to hear from you. Please also feel free, I'm on LinkedIn, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. And I would love to just hear from folks.
Well, I tell you, Henri, we've got some time left because you're so interesting. And we're going to get some of that information again when Marat comes back up. But here's a question I got. Because and we've been playing your commercial on the Black Business Network, probably for the last 6 months, and I want people to really see what that is about, because that is not something you see anywhere, especially not on mainstream television.
Oh, sure,
around what you are providing. Here's my question: from the African perspective,
yes,
the value that the American executive brings, because we have to learn their customs and their dexterity and their ethics, but they also have to learn some of ours. And I would figure that that's a two-way street, that they are like, wow, because they probably see America on television, whatever. I don't know what their experience level is, but now that person becomes a conduit to truly understand American culture. Do you see that going on the other side of the ball?
Yeah, absolutely. And as a matter of fact, it's not in our current playbook, but a part of kind of our phase 2 in terms of our playbook is actually doing cultural dexterity training to African business executives, right? So understanding what it means to interact with Black executives and Black entrepreneurs. And so what the African corporation and what the African CEO is looking in terms of, why should I bring someone on board from the United States, right? So we talked about the value prop for corporations, U.S. corporations. We talked about the value prop for Black executives and Black entrepreneurs here in the United States. But what's the value prop for the African company, right? Why should they pay someone from the United States to sit on their board? And the reality is that that executive, that CEO, that board is making a conscious decision not to bring someone in country on, but to bring someone from the outside in. The reason that they would make that decision is that person brings a couple of different things to the table. That person potentially could bring them a new market, or help them bring a new market, where perhaps their current market is maybe just their existing country or just the African continent. This person could open up potentially US market, or help open up the US market for them. The other thing that this executive brings to the table, which is why the conversation is even being had, right? Why should I want to bring a Black executive into my fold? This person has a network, and that network, the Black executive network, even though this particular person that we are placing on their board may not necessarily have specific industry experience, but that person may have great functional experience, whether that functional experience be around sales and marketing, or product development, or supply chain, that they can apply across industries. That person may also bring a network with them that does have specific industry experience. So that gets to the question of, why even have the conversation? Because if I can't get to why have the conversation, as a CEO of a business on the African continent, I have no need to understand about your culture, right? Until I can understand, why should I care about you, right? And so when we are having conversations with venture capitalists and private equity firms, we are positioning our candidates both from their industry experience, their functional experience, and their network. Now, it is important, to the point that you made before, that those African CEOs and their boards understand that there is a flip side of the coin. While the Black executive and Black entrepreneurs should spend time understanding the particular African culture, we also encourage the CEOs and their boards to really try to understand the American culture as well, and to really get to know the executive that they are bringing onto their board, so that their perception is not just what they see on television, which is obviously a skewed view of what America really is.
And we've got a minute before Marak comes up. Help the audience understand these board makeup, because my understanding of a lot of the countries in Africa, they're made up, they're multicultural, like you alluded to, the Asian influence. So people are from, outside of country already. Some of these, major corporations are owned by people in Southeast Asia, or they can be owned by people in the Middle East. as well as some, European board members, obviously a lot of people in the country, and then, the American. Just help us understand the board makeup from a cultural perspective.
Great question. So the majority of companies that we're dealing with are either Black owned, or the venture capital firms and private equity firms, although they may be European or American or of other cultures, the operating committees, the operating executives are primarily Indigenous African, and many of their boards are Indigenous African. And so our focus, when we look at who is our target market for companies on the African continent, and to your point, there are many, many, many companies on the African continent that have primarily European boards. So we look for companies that are primarily have Indigenous African boards.
Interesting. Great question. See, Marak is back.
Hi,
Marak.
Thank you guys so much for sharing all of the insights. Henri, before we let you go one more time, where can candidates who are interested, companies who are interested in partnering with you, corporations looking for talent support, where can everyone find you?
www.globalboarddirector.com, all one word, Global Board Director, or feel free to send an email to info@globalboarddirector.com. And also feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. I would love to hear from you.
Amazing, amazing. Well, thank you so much for sharing all of your insights this evening. It was great hearing all of the information that you shared, and we really appreciated it. Genius is common, and I'll see you both on the other side.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Grant.
Thank you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpo USA or go to the Cash App $BBXUSA to submit to our college fund or to donate to our college fund. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students who are interested can register online at www.bbxusa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for January of 2024. Those are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, The Hello LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Rocher, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Rocher Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Rocher Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Rocher, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand an experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive. Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago, and she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students, and just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
Why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely. And this is how you look to the world.
Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Could you live without income for the next year, 2 years, 3 years, maybe even 5 years? You might be thinking, well, that's a silly question. Well, is it? What if some medical event occurs in your life where you no longer can be the superstar in your household and generate that income? Or what about a planned event where your income comes to a sudden stop? Perhaps your employment has been terminated or your business has ceased operating. Are you prepared with a backup financial income? Or what about those voluntary events in life where you decide it's time to disconnect, perhaps retire, stop working? Do you have a backup income plan or something in place? I'm Sabrina Protic, your financial coach, helping you develop an income plan. Your financial tomorrow depends on what you do today.
Connect with me for a bright and secure financial future.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Marak Hicks, and I'm your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker this evening is Renika Weston. Renika is a certified keynote speaker and an executive coach who is eager to show up every day to support leaders at all levels to be the best version of themselves. She is passionate about helping leaders thrive during the chaos and change and empowering underrepresented professionals who may be struggling to contribute their own opinions and ideas. Renika offers insights from 25 years of experience with small and mid-sized and Fortune 500 companies. Renika has led operations, sales, and talent management initiatives at Chubb Insurance Groups, Eli Lilly, AstraZeneca, and United Therapeutics. As an executive coach, she has supported leaders in various industries such as tech, healthcare, media, insurance, accounting, trade associations, nonprofits, and a national union. She is a proud Rattler and received her BA from the School of Business at Florida A&M University and went on to get her master's in strategic communication and leadership from Seton Hall. She is a SHRM, Senior Human Resource Management, SCP certified professional, and a PCC certified coach, and she has completed her coaching and training at the Institute for Transformational Leadership at Georgetown University. As a keynote speaker, Renika draws from various leadership concepts and coaching models. She talks about self-imposed limitations, changing the narrative to become more effective, and equipping audiences to go beyond their self-imposed limitations. Renika believes leaders must understand the ways people think, feel, and make meaning of the world because everything in it is constantly changing and evolving over time. She has been described as a dynamic storyteller, connecting to the hearts and the minds of others. Her goal for 2024 and beyond is to help people find clarity by disrupting their thought patterns, pushing through discomfort with courage, self-awareness, exploration, reflection, partnership, and a conscious commitment to growth. I introduce to you Renika Weston. Hi.
Thank you. Hello. That was a mouthful. You know, when you ask for bios, it's like they'll put a one line, you know, if I were famous, you know, like if you just said, you know, here is our former president, right? I don't have to say anything. People know who you are, right? And then there are people who you might say they were on American Race, right? The Great American Race. And people are like, oh, I know what it is. So when you are like me and you have to just come in surprise and delight, sometimes you give too much. So as you were reading that, I just kind of chuckled a little bit. But thank you for that introduction.
You are welcome. Thank you so much for being here this evening with us. So wanted to get started. Tell us a little bit about your business and how you kind of got your start. You've worked in a number of industries. Kind of walk us through what led you to decide to branch off and start a business for yourself.
Oh, well, so I combined the little engine that could, which is like, I think I can with a bucket list. And most of mine has been work related. And so most of my career has been in the biotech and pharmaceutical space. Started out carrying a bag when no one that looked like me was doing that. So I don't want to date myself. But when I say look like me, meaning that they were pharmacists, they had on white jackets. And so most of the individuals in that space were white males. And I can remember being the only, and I thought, I don't want to stop here. I'd like to do more. So continued. And I love the idea of really being able to help individuals grow. And so I can remember my first promotion was a sales leader. And I kept thinking, if these people go on and do great things, I might get to work for them one day. And so then I continued to say, I want to do a little bit more than that, moved in the learning and development space. So moved from a couple of different companies, being able to do that, and landed in HR. And I loved HR. My challenge with HR was the strategic nature of it. I had come from the business space where all we did was think about quarterly goals. And so I learned a lot from my HR colleagues, and they learned a lot from me. And every time I would get mad at work, and this is just a little piece of advice I say to people, you can do a lot of things when you get mad. But when I get mad, I go back to school, right? I go back and get a certification. I go back and get some education on them, because I know one day I'll leave. And so if I'm better than when I started there, I'll be more marketable. So the last time I got upset about something probably trivial, decided that I wanted to go back and pursue my executive coaching certification. And one of the reasons that I went to Georgetown was because I knew my company would pay for it, right? So it wasn't, I had no slight to any other coaching, but it was an executive leadership program. Mm-hmm. And so I brought a lot of those concepts back into the organization. And I kept thinking, I think I want to be a king and queen maker. That's what I think I want to do. Like I've run this race. I enjoy being in this space, but that's what I want to do. And so coached and facilitated for a while, and I'd never been on my own, had my own business, and decided I wanted to do that. And then I got this bug to say, I can only do so much one-on-one coaching. And I love that work. I can only do so much facilitating. But if I stand on a stage and there are more people out there, I can get my message out to many. So that has been my road from corporate space all the way to stages doing keynote speaking.
Got it. Grant, I'm stealing your thunder. I was just really excited to talk to her.
I'm listening. I am listening. This has been wonderful. This is how you get it.
Alrighty. Well, Jeannie's comment. I'll see you both on the other side.
All right.
Most welcome. Most welcome. You are my buddy. We talk like twice a week, right?
We are. We see each other virtually. It's funny, when you see a picture of someone, or you hear their thoughts, as we do oftentimes as we connect via on LinkedIn, you feel like you really know the person. So yeah. It's good to see you again virtually. And again, I do feel like I know you well.
Well, we do, but it gives you that completion, right? You cannot be complete. I want our artists to understand the difference between a virtual meeting, let's say, and then that one-on-one type meeting, or at least that visual representation. A lot of times you're dealing with someone on a social media platform and you're exchanging a lot of text for the most part, and you're seeing some imagery go back and forth, but it's not always that one-on-one. So it's always good. This is almost next to good of being in person, that I get to see you. And I'm so impressed with your particular history, what you're doing, and that you come to join us on the Black Business Network. You are wonderful.
Yeah.
We're not going to let you get away, because you got some experiences and some knowledge that we can all benefit from. You alluded to that a little bit with Maroc. We want to talk to that age group that Maroc is in, because we need to get our next generation up to speed and gaining the confidence. You talked a little bit about navigating all these different hats and going through all these different corporations and getting opportunities to go to some very prestigious coaching classes. What was the thing that motivated you to navigate through all those different circumstances?
That's a good question. I always wanted to learn from the best. And best is sort of, what you think is best, what I think is best might be different. But in my mind, I always wanted to learn from the best. And I used to run a lot. And I remember the first time I ran a 5K, I was like, I'm not going to make it. And I saw this woman ahead of me and I said, that's my bunny rabbit. As long as I can keep sight of her, I'm good. And so I've always had in everything that I do, from it be, when I worked in corporate to now working for myself, I always pick someone, or it could be a community of folks, and I say, that's my bunny rabbit. As long as I'm tracking with them, learning from them, and community with them, then things will work well. And I've always believed that the truth hurts once and lies hurt over and over again. So I'm consistently asking people for feedback, feed forward, or whatever you want to call it, just trying to figure out how to sort of better myself. I only get so many days on this earth, and while I'm here, I gotta do the thing while I'm here.
Oh, you've been doing the thing, and I applaud you for a lot of your efforts. I want you to help us describe your coaching program. You've done a lot of different things. I see you've done a lot around, DE&I, but you're really honing in on some things now that really, I think it's accentuating your passion. Talk to us more about your coaching program.
Yeah, so there are a couple of things that I focus on. I would say it's kind of like a trifecta. So one of those is the consciousness of leaders, because we oftentimes think of people's skill sets and how they can work, but it's moving people through their consciousness, and then moving them through their consciousness. A lot of it is helping people unpack their stories. And I enjoy working with many clients, but some of my favorite are Black folks. Because we have a lot of story, right? We have a lot of isms that show up. As a Black female, I have racism that shows up in my stories. I have ageism. I have sexism, and all those things help narrate the way in which I operate in this world and the way I see the world. And so those isms, my identity, some of those limiting beliefs. So I work with individuals to help them to be able to understand their stories. Because once you understand your story, you can rewrite it. You can be the editor of the story. But if you don't understand the characters you play in those stories, why you show up the way you do, how you show up in the way that you do, then it can be a challenge for you.
Let me ask you this, because that's important what you just said. So understanding those narratives that are playing in your own mind, what's playing in society, right? And understanding when you're operating or about to engage with someone else across from you, that they have narratives that are operating within them as well. Like, we don't own sexism, you don't own racism, you don't own ageism. These are just floating narratives that are out in our world that we're sharing. And I don't think sometimes we understand, or maybe we do, or we create perceptions of individuals before they even speak. Do you help coach people? Because you said some things about consciousness, your awareness, your mindset. Is that something that you work with people on?
It is. And one of my favorite things to ask people is, how do you know? So, oftentimes people will say a thing, and we don't understand where those things come from. So oftentimes I'll say to clients, is that your ancestor speaking? Like I had a client one time that said to me, these people want to be in my business, asking me all these questions. And I said, well, how do you know? And they said, well, they asked me. And I said, well, could it be that they're just getting to know it? I just know they're being nosy. And I said, is that your ancestor speaking? And she said, what do you mean? And I said, there was a time when that may have served your ancestors well, to keep silent, because talking may have been detrimental to their health, may have even been detrimental to their lives if they shared what they had in their homes or the things that they had. I said, but this is a new day. And so I'm not suggesting that you do that, but what I am suggesting that you do is to think about, where does that narrative come from and how is it serving you? And then my next question is, like, what do you want to do about it? So if that's how, if that's what it is, that's what it is. And that's okay. But understand the root of that and where all of that comes from, to then figure out if you want to tell yourself a different narrative and show up a little bit differently.
That's so important. I want our audience to really think about that and visualize what you're saying. And I'm going to take this back. We're in the Black Business Network, and we're talking about Black entrepreneurism. Maybe there's my ism, right? And what I'm saying is this, is that specifically in the South, it was a law. Some people don't realize this. It was a law that if more, I think it was either 5 or 10 Black men came together on a city street, preferably like downtown, because that's what downtown a lot of business. If they came together and congregated, they would be arrested.
That's right.
Right. And this is how, this is the center of business. This is how business is formed, relationships, networks, how we get things done. So it was a law that if people came together, especially invisibly in public, that they would be arrested. This is a narrative. This was a fact of the law.
Yeah.
But remember, that was your grandfather's experience that gets handed down. So when we start to think about why certain groups of people, especially like Black people, Black Americans, always kind of like go individually instead of as a team, as a culture, some of that narrative may have come from the past. Would you agree with that?
I would definitely agree with that. There are so many things and ways that we show up and we don't even realize that that has been told to us. I'll say this and then I got to find I thought my thing was powered up, but it's not. The whole notion of lean in. So there was a lot of leaning in and leaning in. And it's difficult, again, that same narrative for me to lean in when I can hear my grandmother in Lake City, Florida, again saying, don't tell the people your business. Don't tell the people how can I lean in when I am listening to what she has said to me? How can I lean in when, I can remember interviewing for a position and there were rumblings that they needed someone Black. They didn't have a Black regional director. And so if the story that I'm telling myself is they're only hiring me or they're only bringing me in for this interview because they need a Black female, that's a narrative that's going to show up when I'm sitting there in that interview. Can't help but show up. Yeah.
Man, see, now we're getting into some real discussion. You want to talk about it? Let's talk about it, right?
Let's talk about it.
It's unpacking your inner self, but unpacking, and I've seen this narrative play out over the last year or more and more. And then we're starting, I love what Dr. Kelly's done around getting this network going, because the narrative that I saw, and I really was getting upset about it. Every night I turn on the news to get what happened in the community. Every single night, there's a narrative around a young Black man in trouble.
Yes.
Every night.
Yes.
And so, well, maybe that's only in Miami. That's where I live. No. Every city I travel to, every single night. So you're going to tell me we are 15, 16% of the population, but we are 99% of the criminality that's happening in this country that you want to report on every single night? Mm-hmm. Really? So this is the narrative. So when you work with somebody, you have this narrative, someone else does, and then you're going into the workplace and all these things accumulate. And then when we get things like George Floyd and what happened, and then if you work from home, maybe it's not as bad. But think about it, you go to an office and you're surrounded by all kinds of different people. And here you are, you have to represent not only yourself, but your entire culture. How about that?
So let me ask you this about that representation, because that again is a narrative that we tell ourselves. Yeah. If I don't show up, or if I don't perform, that's ruining for everybody behind me. And I actually said to an employer one time, because I was the only, and I asked them the question. I said, I know I'm the only person here. What do you think about that? And they pretty much didn't think much about it. And I said, if I don't make it, if I'm not successful, would that hinder you from hiring somebody else that looked like me? Mm-hmm. They kind of thought about it, and I asked them, I said, please don't let it. Please don't let it, because I am an individual, and that's a lot of pressure for me in this role, to have the pressure of being new as a leader and also have the pressure of knowing that if I don't make it, that you will not hire anybody else that looks like me. So just promise me that. You don't have to promise me anything else, but promise me that. And they were shocked a bit and said, okay. And in that moment, whether they made good on it or not, I could breathe. I could be Renika and show up and do the things that I needed to do, versus having the weight of my people on my shoulder with every decision that I made.
I love that, man. You have to be your authentic self.
Yes.
But you do have to bear some of that to certain people, because if you know that they're consuming this kind of information about you culturally, whatever you want to call that, every night, so you know you're already weighted in a certain area. And they're not like, hey, I couldn't sit down at a person from Asian descent and think I truly understand their culture or what affects their culture and all this stuff. So I have to go through that. I have to learn through something. You're a human resource professional, so you kind of understand where I'm coming from, but you still have to have a certain humanity that of commonality, the human instinct about certain things, but understanding what the belief systems are around the people that you're dealing with and yourself and how that all plays out. So I commend you for what you do, because you sound like somebody like, we need to get on the couch, right?
I am a connoisseur of people, specifically Black people. I study people and I study people's stories because, to your point, a lot of organizations, they want to do this cultural sensitivity training and all of that. Well, if I were on my street that I live on today, right, there might be my family, it's a Black family. The next family might have different cultures in there. They may look Black, but they may not be African American. The next family might be something else. Each of those families has a commonality. We live on the same street. We live in the state of Maryland. But where did they grow up? So what they bring to that street is also, what the customs that they grew up in. And if you took two families, even if you took two Black families, you took one from the South and one from California, there will be some commonalities, but there's going to be a lot of differences. True. So that's why we have to hear and understand people's stories versus just trying to say, oh, I know who that person is. And that's why I want to be on the stage, because I can do it one-to-one. I can do it even in coaching, but the message on the stage, to your point, these people that are watching the news, the people that are getting these false narratives about us, they need to understand, especially if they're in decision-making positions, they need to understand what that weight is like for us and to understand the stories that we tell ourselves and help them to understand how they can support us when we walk into these spaces with these stories on our backs.
And we do. And because those stories, they haunt us, some of them, right? Mm-hmm. It's like we're about to go into Black History Month, history, or the history of Black history in America, unopposed to some senators from South Carolina don't want to realize there's some racial overtones in this country that were definitely institutionalized, wasn't somebody's opinion. It was there, but we are reminded of it every single month. Some of that is good, some of that is bad. It's like, well, what are we doing now is so important. And I have white friends, I have all kinds of different people. And they said, well, no, Grant, you're different. And that's what I don't like hearing that.
Wow. So what's your response?
We're talking about you, we're talking about somebody else.
And you're different. What do you say when they say that? Tell me what you say.
What do I say?
Yeah, what do you say?
Honestly, that's a teaching moment. And I had a friend of mine say that. I said, what do you mean by I'm different? Well, you're not like what you said. Well, I'm like the guy in the news you just saw last night, unfortunately, because I would tell them, like, poor people are poor people. Most of those people you see out there are socially disadvantaged people.
That's
right. I'm not at that level. So yeah, I am different from that aspect. But however, I have been in different areas of the socioeconomic level throughout my life, and then my family's life, and my family's life. So I can understand the situation. I don't want to be in that situation. Doesn't mean when I leave your house, I'm going down to a criminalized area. No, but I don't want you to think that every Black person that you come across lives in some kind of criminalized area. Or all those stereotypes that go along, like every Black people is like on some kind of welfare program. Everybody that doesn't speak well. Everybody is looking for a job or don't have a really good job, or not a job that's not like your job. Is that what you're trying to say? So those narratives are the narratives that we need to like really just get rid of. You're very educated. I love what you're doing, Miss Weston. I'll call Miss Weston, and how we interact. And me and you. This is honest though. Me and you, we interact every week with people from all walks of life.
Yes, we do.
And we interact with their business business is all about, what our business is about. No one has anything about that. We all interact and we learn from each other. And I would like to see that more of the majority instead of the minority as far as experience. Me living in Miami, Florida, I've learned that. Everything you just said. Just because a person may look a certain way doesn't mean they are what you perceive them to be.
That's right.
So many people walking around here, they might be light skinned, meaning light Caucasian or something like that, but they could be Cuban, they can be Jewish, they can be from Australia, they can be from New Zealand. You've got to allow that person to define themselves.
Yeah.
So that's my question I want to ask you. How do you want to be perceived professionally and personally?
I want to be perceived as a Black woman because my lived experiences are as a Black woman. You know, I tell people that I have Southern roots and Midwestern limbs. So I'm from the South. So the way that I see the world and the accent that you hear is the South. So first and foremost, I want to be perceived as a Black woman. I don't shy away from that. That is who I am. But I also want to be thought of as someone who's a professional who brings a bit of experience and one that is very curious because I am that's just who I am. And I think that's enough. Once people meet me, they can figure out who they want me to be or what they think I am. But those are the things that define who I am. Curiosity. I got to say a mother because my son, if he watches this, he says, you didn't even say you were a mom. Yeah. So those will be the things that are important. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this, and I hear this a lot. And, you probably heard it, imposter syndrome. And I want to define it a little bit. Meaning, can you be your authentic self in your work environment? Or do you have to assume a role that then you have to come in and out of during certain parts of the day?
Oh, great. I've got to charge this right here, but I'm going to answer this question because I have got to answer this question. So I'll talk as I'm plugging this in. I don't know why I get a different charger, but so the question is, can you be your authentic self?
Yeah.
And I would say yes, but understand that there could be consequences for that. So as a kid, I remember telling my father, people are not going to tell me who I can be and what I want. And he said, well, they're going to control you a little bit. And I'm like, no, people won't ever control me. He said, well, depending on how much you make, they'll control where you live. They'll control what type of car you drive. They'll control the restaurants that you can go to. And I thought, well, that is true. So there are consequences when we say we want to be ourselves and we don't want to conform. And I do believe that you do have to be your authentic self. You have to show up in an authentic way. But the challenge with that oftentimes is people are not connected to their values. So if I know what my values are, my values come out in who I am. If I espouse family and I say family is important to me, my authentic self says at 6 o'clock, I got to get out of here. I got to go to my son's football game. I'll catch you at 9 when it's over and I can get him something to eat and we can get back home. But the authentic Renika who values family, that's what I got to say. If I left the company because of my values. I didn't realize it at the time, but they said that they valued creativity. That was part of their mission statement and all of this. Well, something happened and they couldn't pivot. And I kept asking them about where's our creativity? Why can't we do this? And they just couldn't. And I couldn't, to me, it was like they had lied to me. Right. And I just, at that moment, I started looking and I left that organization because of that. So my authentic self would not allow me to be a part of something that was clashing with my values. I didn't know it at the time because I don't think I knew what my values were. But I think to be your authentic self, you have to figure out what's true and what's important to you. And once you figure that out, it's like a freedom that nobody can take away. They just can't.
Do you feel that? I feel Marak is listening. I feel Marak need to come on camera. I want her to join this conversation because I think it's so important that our generations get an understanding, because I've heard it so much from our 20-year-olds or 30-year-olds, or I see a lot of like they're throwing a lot of excuses of why this didn't happen or why that didn't happen, or it was them, it wasn't me. It's a fine line of things you have to understand, but you have to be grounded, is what I heard. Grounded. And so, Barack, I want you to join this. Have you been listening?
I have been listening. Don't tempt me with a good time. As soon as I heard my name, it popped up.
I want to get your opinion. Like, I want you to chime in. How do you feel in your roles that you've been? Can you bring your authentic self to the workplace?
So, what I can say is this. I have worked in a number of different capacities in HR. I have about 11 years, almost 12 years of experience under my belt right now. And I've worked predominantly in startup organizations. And for a really long time, the answer to that question was no. I've been in experiences where I've been the first, the only, and I mean the first Black person, the first Black woman, the only Black person, the only Black woman, and having to navigate conversations and experiences, being an intersectional person, understanding that I am Black and I am also a woman. And then also doing that and having those experiences at varying levels of leadership, right? I've been at the table and still having experiences where I couldn't bring my full self to work every day. So that's kind of why I started my business, because I've come to understand from my perspective, if I'm the CEO, I show up as who I want. So that's number one. I think number two, it also means in my direct experience working with clients who work with me, you are understanding that I'm coming to you and I'm bringing a service. And that service is creating experiences for organizations where they can bring their full selves to work. And I do it unapologetically because I have my own business. So I show up as HR in my leggings. I'm wearing leggings. I got on UGG boots. And that's just it. And while, people typically have a visual for what HR professionals look like, I'm looking to come in offering this service, breaking barriers, breaking perspectives and perceptions, because if I don't do it this way, I'm always going to fall into that gap of never really getting to be authentic. And I don't think that that was fair for me. So I really try to make an impact in organizations to make sure that other people can have that, because there's nothing worse than, when you're Black in an organization, it's like you see if there are other Black people there, you're all automatically best friends. Everyone's asking if you've known each other for years. Oh, you guys have been friends for a long time. We're like, we met 2 days ago, right? So taking that into consideration, it's just been really important to me to make sure that as I'm working with these companies and these clients, that I'm visual, that people know who I am, that they know what I do, and that I do it authentically as myself. Because then if I'm doing it in a leadership position, one, it's freer for me. And then two, it all opens the door for other people to bring their full selves to work as well.
Yeah. All right. What do you have to say? We just heard it from I'm going to say your exact age, but you're what, 30 something?
I just turned 32.
Yeah. That's what I got. I love that. Right. And I'm not going to mention Miss Weston's.
I'm a Gen X. How about that?
He's fine as well, right? So there's generational, philosophies, experiences, but everything. But what I've heard from you, and I think I've even seen it from both of you, is the entrepreneurship. It's like I can be better running my own ship than be a part of a ship. Because sometimes those ships that are there are so rocky, like somebody, you could be working with the same group, but because now you're coming in the CEO role and you're not under their W-2 payroll, they see you differently, as opposed to the other. Would you both agree, or who wants to take that?
I 100% agree.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. There's a different sense when it's yours.
Yeah.
And I am thankful for all of the exposure. Because if I had the opportunity to have a nonprofit, it would be called Expose Me.
Yeah.
because I got so much like I would take things back that I would learn at work to my friends, to my relatives, restaurants I would go to that I knew I wasn't going to go there if I was paying for it, but the company was paying for it. So there's so much exposure, training, all types of things that I got in the corporate space that I am totally grateful for. But I think just like with anything, even in a relationship, you can outgrow it. Yeah. And I think some people outgrow corporate America. I think there are other people that stay and they wait until the corporation says their expiration date. I think Marak and I decided we were going to determine our own expiration date. Yeah. And either way works, whatever works for you, but know that there's probably going to be an expiration date at some point in corporate America for you.
Let's change the narrative just a little bit, because you're doing some things now. And when I heard you saying you're going into this now public speaking role, you're doing some like executive speaking, you're getting out there now. What do you got on the horizon around your speaking career?
You said, what do I have on the horizon?
Yeah, what do you got going on? What's going on?
My bucket list is to go back in the spaces where I selected those speakers, where it was pale, male, and stale.
Ooh, okay.
So when I was in biotech and pharma, every year we'd have a national sales meeting. And it was, no slight to anybody selling Amway because my parents sold it, but it was like an Amway meeting. You know, everybody, I get all excited. And we bring in these speakers, and many of them were rah-rah. Some of them were thought leaders, but a lot of them were rah-rah. I sat in the room. I helped to write the checks. I helped to select those people come on the stage. And in my tenure of 20 plus years, and I served on a board with a trade association, did the same thing, bringing people in. I may have seen a handful of people of color. Of color in my hand, and Black. I remember one man who had been formerly incarcerated, who was now a chef, maybe an ex sports person, football, basketball, no slight to that. But my thing was, you know, that's what I want to do. I want to get on the stage, and I don't want to rah-rah inspire people. I want people to lead transformed. I want the message to be a message that leaders and the people that they lead can hear, and they will walk away being different. They will see each other different. They will interact differently with each other. So that's how I got to it.
So, Marak, if you went to this conference that she was going to be a speaker at, how would you feel about that?
I mean, that would feel great. I've been in the seat at those conferences. I've also planned a few, and very seldomly do I get the opportunity to see someone who looks like me, right? In a professional environment, leading a conversation, a discussion, a thought, a topic to kind of rev up a team or to really transform a perspective. That doesn't happen often. Working the conference circuit and being a speaker, I've seen that there's often not a lot of us in the room. So that would make me feel incredible. I would be super hyped for that.
I think that's important. And that you're breaking down some walls out there, some glass ceilings out there. I know there are other Black female speakers, but like I said, there's not a lot. And you don't see them as visible as I would like. Especially like I work a lot in the healthcare realm. A lot of healthcare. 70% of the workers in healthcare are women. Why would you not have a woman speaker? And of the workers, I mean, the entire population is probably 30 to 40, maybe even 50% in certain areas that are people of color, right? So representation does matter if you want to get across a message, and that's going to resonate. It's going to speak directly to the people. Like, so you don't want to just rah-rah something like when you go walk out the door 3 days later, you don't even know what they're talking about. What's something that's actionable, something you can relate to. So I like where you're going with this. You've done a lot of different things. We got about another minute left. Leave us with some last thoughts before we part.
Oh, wow. I think the one thing that I would say is that although I've done a lot of different things, I'm no different than anyone else. I think you just have to be intentional about what you want to do. You have to think about, what do you want your legacy to be? Oftentimes we think about, what are they going to say at my funeral? What will be on my tombstone? It's like, what do you want your legacy to be? And when I lay down the rest, I want to say that I have tried it all. So the next thing is a book, right? Everybody's like, oh, I want to write a book. I want to write a book. I'm like, it's enough books on the shelf. And I heard, I think her name is Lovey Jones. I was at a conference at the Executive Leadership Council. And she said, she gave a percentage of the number of authors that are white males. And one of the things that I thought about is there are rarely any business books written by women. Brene Brown, EQI, I can't think of the woman's name now because time, is on my, I'm like, but there's probably 3 or 4 books, business books that people refer to that are written by women. Black women, nothing out there. Nothing out there that makes the top list for Black women. And so I am in the lab right now. I love fables. And so I would love to write a fable. When you think about 5 dysfunctions of a team, it's a fable. There are a lot of fables that are out there, the business books. So because I love fables, I love to tell stories. I'm in the lab trying to figure that out too.
Awesome. Before we leave you, I'm sure Mark is going to ask you this. How do we get in touch with you?
Yep. That's
well, you can just go to my website. It is www.yournextthought, NEXT thought. So wouldn't you think that's it? So it's yournextthought.com, or you can look me up on LinkedIn. I don't think there are a lot of Renika Westons. It's RANIEKA WESTON. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, you guys, for joining. This conversation was exciting. I was in the background bouncing around. And thank you for inviting me back to talk. I really appreciate you for sharing all of your insights. It was great. I've connected with you on LinkedIn. And with that said, genius is common, and I'll see you both on the other side.
All right. Have a great evening. Good night.
Good night.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App floating on the screen, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online if interested at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for January of 2024. They are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Frichet Coaching and Training, The Hello LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shanae Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business.
like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face-to-face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you were meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO
of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Art to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Ignite your life and seize the new year by effectively planning it with your 2024 Ignite and Take Flight Planner. It's time to navigate your success with strategic project management. Win with inspiring quotes from inspirational people that will guide you to the success you deserve. And don't forget to track your dollars, habits, empowering notes, and connect with dynamic brands. It's never too late to start planning your success. Get your copy now.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged, keep reaching for your dreams, and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving, keep reaching for your dreams, and always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Marak Hicks, and I am the founder and CEO at Miracle Recruiting. I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Jean Baker. Jean is the Director of Corporate Affairs for Art and Kingsley Agency, co-host of the Keynote podcast, and past host of Jean's Tune-Up Time, the ultimate discussion about leadership. An accomplished and seasoned sales leader, Jean has a wealth of experience with over 22 years in sales, 20 of which were in sales leadership positions. He is also an accomplished coach and leadership facilitator with an award-winning background in sales training. He is a certified partner with the Management Research Group, the Global Speakers Platform, and the John Maxwell team, and is available to consult with individuals, corporations, and nonprofits. He holds numerous professional certifications in emotional intelligence and leadership behavior analysis, including DISC, LEA 360, IDI, and Discovery Insights. He's also a certified facilitator and DEI courses. Based on his experiences, leadership behaviors, and training certification, Jean brings a unique understanding and approach born out of leading coaching, and developing many teams and individuals through significant organizational change while keeping a strong focus on driving high levels of performance, employee engagement, and positive culture. His training background has provided him valuable experience in Salesforce expansion, curriculum development, training, workshop development, learning behaviors, and workshop facilitation. Gene is known for having an immense passion for bringing the best out of people and helping organizations achieve high results through leadership and excellence. I now present to you Gene Baker. Hey, Gene, how's it going?
Hey, well, thank you for that. It's going great.
Of course. All righty. Well, I will leave it to you. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Well, good evening and congratulations to all of you who are here right now. Some of you may have been on the platform for morning, noon, and now this evening session, and you have heard some amazing speakers. And I'm so honored, I believe, to kind of close this down for this evening. And what we're talking about, what I'm going to talk about, and I wish I could have a conversation with each and every one of you, but what we're going to talk about is leadership. Why leadership? Because leadership matters. Just think about when you've been in a situation and you had a terrible leader. What were you thinking of doing that whole time? Probably leaving, right? That happened. It is happening. Everyone's heard of the Great Resignation. It wasn't just for leadership, but people were leaving the corporate world in droves. But leadership matters in keeping people and attracting people to your organization. That's why it's so exciting to me to talk about leadership and really help leaders be the best that they can be. Too often people are put into leadership positions and don't have any experience and any knowledge of how to really lead. Maybe they were talented. They probably were talented in what they were doing, which is why they got promoted in the first place. But they haven't then gotten training and skills in how to be the best leader. And that is a huge gap in a lot of organizations. So what we're going to do is kind of break this down a little bit and talk about not just what is leadership, but the impact of leadership, and then what we can do, what you can do to improve your leadership capabilities. So let's talk about leadership a little bit. As it relates to employee turnover. What's the turnover? Just last year, the average tenure of an employee was 4.1 years. So workers aged 55 to 64 had an average tenure of 9.9 years. Workers aged 25 to 35 had an average tenure of only 2.8 years. Let me say that again. Workers aged 25 to 34 had an average tenure of only 2.8 years. We're going to talk about that. Moreover, men had longer average tenure than women at 4.3 years versus 3.9 years. So the shorter tenure for younger workers is really a threat that's not just today, but it's going to be a threat for years to come, because that generation X is now not the largest generation in the workforce. Millennials are the largest population in the workforce. Who are millennials? For those who need a refresher on that, millennials are aged 27 to 42. So Generation X is 44 to 59. So millennials are leaving, or at a large rate, they only have an average tenure of 2.8. That has massive implications to your organizations. Maybe you have your own organization. Maybe you're working for an organization, you're a leader there. You need to understand what are the needs of your millennial sales force or workforce, and what are your needs of your overall sales workforce, right? All right, so what's the cost? I mean, why should you think about that? Yeah, people are going to leave, but you might say, well, so what? Well, the cost can range anywhere from half to 4 times employee annual salary. Half to 4 times the annual employee salary. So as an example, let's say an employee makes $60,000. So that could be upwards of $180,000 to fill. So what is that cost made up of? Is 30 to 40% is hard cost with 60% being soft costs. Another example is a 100-person company with an average salary of $50,000 could have turnover costs over $2 million a year. Have I gotten your attention? So not only does leadership matter just in general, but leadership has a cost, especially great leadership has a positive cost. Bad leadership has a significant negative cost just in employee turnover, not counting so many other areas. So what are the top challenges that are facing leadership in today's world? Well, one is recruiting new talent. We all heard about the Great Resignation. That's why 1 in 4 workers were leaving, if not higher. So how do you recruit new talent to your organization? Improving the workforce environment is another significant challenge right now in leadership. Improving workforce environment to retain your employees. You got to look at what you have going right now. Why do people want to come? Why would people want to come into the office? You got to think of really creative ways in which to do that. There's challenges of remote working. It's great that people can work from remote. Myself, I've been working remote basically my entire adult life, so I'm used to it. A lot of people aren't used to it, but what people will find is when you work remotely from home, work is always there, and so there's benefits to that, and there's challenges to that. There's a self-assessment for improving leadership skills. We need to understand, how do we assess our skills? That's why I have those certifications to help organizations really assess their leadership capabilities in an organized manner, and then decide what leadership behaviors are most needed to move their organization in the right way. So understanding how to do that is really critical. Developing a high trust level with your employees. I don't care what organization you're in. If you want to keep your employees got to trust you. They got to trust your leaders. So your first line leaders are so valuable to your organization. They are your heartbeat. You really have to understand, do they have a strong understanding of their personnel? Do they have a strong connection? Do they have a strong influence level over their employees that can develop a long sense of trust and a deep sense of trust? Teamwork management for creating success. Teamwork is so important. When people collaborate more, when they communicate more, productivity skyrockets. But people have to feel welcome. They have to feel wanted. They have to feel that they're valued. They have to feel that the organization cares for them. So all that goes into creating strong teamwork. So you have to really think about, how are my teams collaborating and communicating with each other, whether it's remote or live or a combination of two. And then lastly is evaluating potential performance. Evaluating potential and performance, I should say. So you really have to understand, what is the potential of your current workforce, which means that everyone needs to have individual development plans. You need to identify your top level employee. What are you doing with your top talent? Do they all have development plans? And are conversations happening on a regular basis for not just evaluating that, but making sure that your top talent is being developed? And not just top talent, it's really, quite honestly, everyone. And then also having a fair performance, a way to measure performance. So those are kind of the top challenges that are facing companies in America today. So let's dig a little bit deeper into those areas. So as you're recruiting for jobs, we understand that people left in droves in the Great Resignation. Now they're coming back. But here's what's happening. Now you got individuals like those millennials. They're moving from company to company. They're not staying around as much. So leadership really can impact that a lot. So you really have to think about, okay, I'm recruiting talent, but why would they come? And then why would they stay? You really have to define that. The more you can define that, the more you can speak to that, the more you can ensure that all the things that you speak to are actually happening. So improving workplace environment for talent retention. That's, as we think about some of the figures involved with that, we know that in America workers specifically, 61% just last year were contemplating leaving their jobs. 61% contemplating leaving. So you really have to have your finger on that pulse. Is your corporate culture an environment that's nurturing, that values everyone, that's challenging, that's rewarding? All of those things you have to identify and then say, okay, well, why is this organization that way? Describe your organization and understand what exactly is making that organization that way, and where are your weak spots, and make sure that you're getting feedback from your employees and developing plans around shoring up those weak spots, or you will not retain your new talent. Challenges of remote working. I spoke to that a little bit earlier. Remote working is great, but as we found out, is people can work from home and they either are not working or they're working ridiculous hours. So there's got to be a happy medium there, but there's also some flexibility. Working from home, I might get up at 5 in the morning because I like to get up at 5 in the morning, and I do some of my best hours from 5 to 8 in the morning. Well, that's not a 9 to 5 job, but maybe at 11 o'clock, I might go down in my basement and do a half-hour workout. Okay, as long as people are getting the work done, there's got to be some flexibility. There should be some flexibility in how we manage the time from home. Maybe a parent needs to go to a soccer game. Okay, they can put the time in other ways, in other hours of the day. So working remotely is something that we're still grappling with, but certainly strategies need to be put in place. Self-assessment for improving leadership skills. What does that mean? Well, how do you leaders understand, are they meeting or exceeding expectations? How are your leaders getting developed? What are they developing? What skill sets have you identified for your organization that are important for the long-term success of your organization? You got to identify those things and then have your leaders align to those things and self-assess and have a 360 assessment around those leadership behaviors. Tools like the LEA 360 are great tools of behavior analysis for any organization. Developing high levels of trust with employees. I mentioned that earlier. I think it goes to say, that is just something that, it just doesn't just happen. You got to be really intentional about understanding what it is that you're doing that would or would not engender trust within your employees across your organization. It's not just what you say, it's what you do. It's not just what you do, it's just how consistently you do that. When you're consistent and you're intentional in those actions, now people can start to trust you because there's a history and an expectation based off of that history. Teamwork management for creating success. Look at how your teams interact with each other. Pay attention to it. Have your finger on that pulse. What's the energy level in your teams? Is a lot of infighting? Is there a lot of distrust? Is there collaboration? Is there a lot of collaboration? Are ideas being presented? Are people thinking outside the box? Or are people waiting to be told what to do? You really think and analyze really closely how your teams interact. You want your teams to be strong, cohesive units where people are comfortable, where everyone is participating, where everyone is valued, where everyone shows up and wants to show up and interact. Because when that happens, all the walls start to come down and people collaborate with each other more. When people collaborate, then ideas start flowing. An organization without new ideas is an organization that is dead on the vine. So you got to have a big sense of collaboration. Your teams have to be functioning at a very high level. That's your responsibility as a leader to make sure that happens. All right. So then lastly, just evaluating potential and performance. goes without saying, how are you evaluating performance? How often are you evaluating performance? So make sure that this, at certain points during the year, I still hear from various organizations and people in those organizations that, they'd be lucky to have one conversation on performance, at the end of the year. That is not the way to do it. Make sure that your leaders are having performance conversations at least quarterly, check-ins with their employees. Make sure that that is happening, and make sure people understand what it is that they're supposed to accomplish, what does it look like to meet expectations. And that should be a high bar to meet expectations, but not ridiculously high. So think about all these things. What does it mean to exceed? What does it mean to be outstanding, exceptional, the example of your organization? Make sure all of those things, those behaviors are outlined, and as clear as you can get, so people have a roadmap to, okay, this is what performance looks like. All right. So one of the things that I talk about often with organizations, and I did as a leader, is values, in leading with values. Why is that so important? When we think about values, we know that corporate values define and describe the corporation, right? They define and describe the corporation, and they influence the culture of that organization, right? So personal values define and describe us as individuals, and our personal values influence our behavior. So what do you think what happens when corporate values and personal values don't necessarily align? When they're not in line, people are uneasy. They feel at unease. There's discontent. People are unhappy. The morale drops. And when the morale drops, there's high turnover. So it's very important to understand what your corporate values are and how those align to your employees and to the customer base that you serve. When values are aligned, when corporate values are aligned with personal values, then the contentment goes up. Everyone feels good. There's a higher morale, there's low turnover, and there's higher productivity. And it's scientific. The data is there. Values, when the values align, productivity is much higher. So it makes sense to lead with values. What you have to do is understand, okay, well, what are those values? What do we stand for? So certainly there's corporate values. What I try to do as a leader is have my own values across my team that were aligned to a corporation, and then some. All right. So I'll give you these values. You can do with them what you may. I'm not going to get deep into them. This is a whole nother talk, but I wanted to give you something that you can kind of noodle on and think about as you move forward from this evening. These values that I talk about with my team, when I talk about these values with my team, we go over each one of those. And I go around the room, and from time to time, I have people say, well, what does this value mean to them? And how do they exhibit this value? So I want to make sure it's not just me telling them the value, but it becomes a fabric of everyone on that team. It's who we are. Because remember, values influence behavior. All right. So one is, do we value people? Sounds simple, but no, we value everyone in the room. We value you as a person. We show you love as a person. So important that everyone that shows up on your team feels that they are valued for who they are. You may not like everyone, but you got to value everyone on your team, right? We got to live intentionally. What that means is it's so easy to go downhill, just because when you're downhill, you're just going to go, right? Regardless, your momentum is going to carry you downhill. When you go uphill, you got to put in effort every day. When we talk about creating momentum, we talk about, intentionally being consistent in certain behaviors. When you do that, you then start to create some momentum, and momentum is a huge part that goes into your favor. But we got to live intentionally, be in the moment, understand what's happening around you, understand what's happening on your team, understand what is happening in the individuals on your team. So critically important. Don't lead from up here and have no idea what's going on individually with your people or the teams that you're leading. Exceed expectations. That is a value. We should all want to exceed expectations. The world is run by a very small segment of people that exceed expectations. Be part of that. Don't be the bottom 80%. Top 5% lead this world. We want to be in the habit of exceeding expectations of each other, of our leaders, and of our customers. Grow daily. Have a growth mindset. There's a whole conversation we can have on a growth mindset. So critically important. Grow 1% a day is a good mantra to go by. Choose a positive attitude. Every day that we roll out of bed, it's a choice that we make. It's a choice. Am I going to have a positive attitude or a negative attitude? Choose to have a positive attitude. Choose to deal with whatever's going to come your way with a positive attitude. Positive attracts positive. Negative attracts negative. There is so much negativity in the world that is so hard to break through that. So be very intentional with the attitude that you choose. Be consistent in everything that you do. That helps to build trust. When you're inconsistent in your actions and your follow-up, people stop trusting you. When you lose trust as a leader, you lose influence. When you lose influence, you've lost it all. Equip others as a leader. Equip others. That is a mindset. Now, this you may think is just a leadership. So why would I be presenting this to a team? Well, on my team, I want everyone to think of themselves as a leader. So as leaders, we want to equip others. We want to share knowledge. We want to develop others around us. So critical as we talk about, hiring and attracting talent. Well, sometimes we have great talent on our teams that could be cross-trained. So we want to equip others and we want to develop leaders within our own teams. We want to lead by example. That goes along with that. Everything we do, show up, show it, do it. Don't be that leader that's like the travel agent. I'll tell you where to go. And then I'll wave goodbye to you. No. Lead by example. Get down in the pits. Get down in the trenches sometimes with your people. Show them that you're there with them. Be a catalyst for change. Don't complain. Don't be that person that complains. Certainly don't be that leader that complains about how things are. Don't be that leader. Because if you're complaining, guess what everybody on your team is going to do? They got a green light to complain about everything that's being done. Be a catalyst for change. I want everybody on my team to think about what can I do? Because everything's not going to be hunky-dory. Everything's not going to be great all the time. What can I do to be a catalyst for the change that we need to happen across the organization? Bring me solutions. And then lastly, leave room for faith and or reflection. Everyone's not religious, but I think it's really important that we at least leave time for ourselves every day to take a step back and reflect on the day, reflect on what we want to have happen during the day, be thankful for what we do have, just leave room to connect with your inner self and connect with a higher being if you are a person of faith. So if this not, that last part is we don't need everyone to be religious. We don't even want to, go down that road, but we do want people to leave time for a healthy spiritual being. All right. So I just gave you 10 values that are critically important in any organization. You may not choose all 10, but I'm telling you, this is a powerful exercise that I do with my teams multiple times a year to reconnect with these values and make sure that this is how we are living our lives. All right. So when we think about outside of values, what about me as a leader? What can you do as a leader? There's so many things that you can do as a leader, but I thought a great resource that I would talk about tonight is from one of my mentors, and I'm also a certified John Maxwell trainer and coach. One of John Maxwell's books is the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. It is an amazing book. There's so many great nuggets in there. We don't have time. We're not going to go through 21 laws, but I did want to point out maybe 5 laws for you that I think are really critical for you as a leader that you could focus in on starting this evening. The first law is the law of the lid. Maxwell said the leadership ability is the lid that determines a person's level of effectiveness. Leadership ability is the lid that determines a person's level of effectiveness. So if, let's say, you're measuring leadership from 1 to 10, the lower your ability to lead, the lower the lid on your potential. So not just your potential, but then also potential of those under you. Because if your leadership lid is a 7 per se, then it's going to be really hard for you to lead those that have greater ability, 8, 9, 10. You may be able to influence and lead those under you, your ability, but it's going to be really hard for you to lead those above. Now, if you're a new leader, never been trained in leaders, don't really focus on improving your leadership skills, then you really have an issue, because now you may have some great leadership across your team, but you're not capable of truly leading those. So you got to really understand what is your lid as a leader and take the steps consistently and effectively to move your leadership ability forward. There's a story about analogy of the flea. Ever heard you know anything about the flea? Fleas are incredible beings. They're so small, but they can jump like incredibly high compared to their stature. So, a flea can jump 2 to 3 feet, right? So they have great leaping ability, and they have that ability so they can latch on to the animals that cross around, where they lay in the grass, right? But what happens if you put a flea in a jar? Put a lid on that jar, right? So here's a flea that has ability up here, but the jar lid is here. What happens is then they get used to jumping just high enough so they don't hit their head on the lid. If you put another flea in there and they start having flea babies, all those babies, then that's their lid. And they don't increase their potential. They don't increase their ability. They don't even know that they have more ability. So really important to recognize that you're not putting self-inflicted lids, or that if there is a lid, that you work everything you do everything you can to bust out and increase, because that law says there is flexibility there. It doesn't matter if you're a 6 in leadership ability now, you can grow that ability. So make sure that you understand that law of the lid. Don't put that lid on you. Don't put that lid on your leaders across your organization. Make sure that lid gets screwed off from time to time and people are expanding their leadership capabilities. All right, the law of influence. It's actually the second law in the 21 irrefutable laws of leadership. And this is the true measure of leadership is influence. John Maxwell says that influence, the measure of leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. Well, how do you influence if you don't know those on your team? When I teach inclusive leadership, one of the exercises we go about is we say, okay, name everybody on your team. And then you start to list things you know about those people. What are their skills? What are their desires? What are their fears? What is this, that, whatever? So you go through this exercise and then you say, well, how do you know that? Are you making assumptions? Or have you actually had a conversation with that person to better understand who they are as a person? So important as a leader to take the time to get to know who is on your team and get to know them as the person that they are. Because once that happens, now people are more willing to be influenced and to follow you. What you don't want to have happen when you look at a leader and they may think that they're a great leader, but they have nobody following them. All they're doing is they're just going on a walk. they have no followers. They're just going on a walk. So what you want to make sure is that as a leader, you have influence, and you can recognize that in yourself or in the leaders on your team by who is following them. Number 3 is the law of process. Process is so critically important. Maxwell says leadership develops daily, not in a day. What can you see when you look at a person's daily agenda? Priorities, passion, abilities, relationships, attitude, personal disciplines, vision, and influence. When you look at someone's their daily agenda, you can find out a lot about their process. When you're measuring performance, how are you measuring performance? Is it just, hey, we need to hit this number? Well, that's great. We can all align it. We need to hit that number. But exactly what are the behaviors that are going to lead to you hitting that number? What we could call that in our world is lead and lag behaviors. The lead is the behaviors that will lead to the lag result. The sales number, whatever the result that you're looking for. All right. So what are those lead behaviors, that you can measure? Maybe it's number of calls. Maybe it's whatever it is in your line of work. What are those 3 core things that you do consistently and do great every day that will lead to that lag result, that goal? And have a process for measuring and then evaluating those lead behaviors and following up to see if the lag measurement or goal result aligns to what you're seeing in lead behaviors. If it's not, over time, now you got to say, okay, well, maybe we're focused on the wrong things. But what I'm getting at here is the process. What is your process for daily success, quarterly success, and yearly success? Have to have a process in place. Then I'm going to jump to law number 11, the law of the inner circle. Did you know that you are you basically the sum total of the people, the 5 closest people to you? So as a leader, you have to understand, you can't always be, and you don't want to be the smartest person in the room. If you're always the smartest person in the room, then you got people that are just going to, just feed into, you. They're just going to be that yes person. So understand, get people around you that are smarter, that have different skill sets, different perspectives, that are going to elevate you. And as they elevate you, now you can then better elevate those that you're leading. All right. And I'm going to give you one last one, and that's the law of explosive growth. That's actually law number 20. So important here because it really gets to what we're talking about here from a leadership standpoint. It's one thing to, lead people in your organization. Right. That's going, and you're going to focus probably on your top 20%. You never want to focus on the bottom 20% of your organization. You're going to spend a lot of time there. And you're not going to get the return. You want to spend a lot of time in your top 20% because you'll get more from that. But if you want explosive growth, spend the time developing and getting skill sets in your leaders, because then your leaders will then develop leaders on their teams. The more leaders you have across your organization, that then translates to explosive growth in your organization. So you spend the time with your leaders. Don't skimp on budget on developing the leaders, and then have your leaders develop leaders within their teams. When you develop leaders versus good employees, you're getting somewhere. You're getting that explosive growth. And isn't that what we all want? All right, so I think I've come up to my time. Hopefully, you've got some out of that just in terms of understanding the impact of leadership, and then understanding the value of leading with values, and then the 5 things we talked about from the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership from John Maxwell. So I'll leave that with you. Be great, be exceptional, and be great persons of influence.
Jean, thank you so much for sharing your insights this evening. Before we let you go, just wanted to check in. Where can people find you if they want to work with you, if they want to have you come speak? Where are the best places for people to find you?
You can find me all over. I am on LinkedIn. You can find me on basically all social media. You can also email me at bakergene, that's GENE 91 at gmail.com. And so, yeah, you can find me. LinkedIn is a great place to find me, but you can also email me and we can connect. I'd love to talk to you about leadership. I'd love to talk to you about DE&I. I'd love to talk to you about even individual coaching. If you're an executive or if you're looking to be promoted, that's a great time to really examine where you are and where you want to go. And I can help you with that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jean. Really appreciate it. You have a great evening. Genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
On the other side.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or its K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or visit the Cash App that's on the screen below for $BBXUSA to donate to the scholarship fund. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to make sure and remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for January of 2024. They are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, The Hello LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, Carolina Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malaine Chennai Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwomen Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Trousseau has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Trousseau is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Trousseau embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Trousseau is both social and safe. We refer to Trousseau as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trousseau even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trousseau is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trousseau. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trousseau is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6. And then I travel back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting. And she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors